Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back with more Wuchang Fallen Feathers to hopefully finish up the mountain area and start what I think is supposed to be the final area. However, before we do that, I did take a peek at some of the ending requirements, and I might have totally missed an NPC for a quest. But I am going to check to see if it's even possible to talk to them, or else I might have to do a second playthrough. If I do decide to go for the platinum, which I think I probably will. So to start, we're going to try to see if I can salvage a quest or if we're already too far in. Because apparently there was kind of one of those blue things that I have to interact with at an emote that I did not do, and it gives me a request item. And because I didn't get the quest item early enough, I might have totally missed one of the NPCs who is required for an ending. But I'm going to try it to see if I can still, activate the character. If I can't activate the character, then we just have to do a second playthrough, because I think I lock myself out of 2 endings if I can't talk to this person. It's either 1 or 2 endings, at least. And in order to get the Platinum Trophy, I would need to do all 4 endings, either individual playthroughs or, through save states. And at this point, our save state is at the point of no return, well past where the NPC would have been locked off. I think they were one of the doors here. And then we have to make sure to not talk to the storyteller until later, because they will force me into the final area. We still have 3 areas left to explore before then. Said there was a door around here that I should have been able to interact with. Says it was just before the shrine. At least as far as in the city, I'm not seeing anything. Which leads me to believe that the NPC is definitely probably unavailable. Because I'm trying to see which door they would ordinarily be in. I might have talked to them, but just didn't have the quest item and didn't do it quick enough. And I don't think they would be in the fortress area. So I think that means 2 endings are unavailable. which means we just go back to the third area and then try to wrap up the 2 that we can do. Well, it says it's the other shrine, but it says it's close to the shrine, so maybe I'll just go to the one that's closer. See if I can spot anything. This is basically just me trying to see if I can maybe salvage this playthrough so I don't have to do a whole extra one. Accidentally did a block, and we take those. I don't think they're going to be in this fortress area. And it specifically says before the city. And before the next shrine, so I think... we just have to assume that's not doable. Also because their questline ties into one of the bosses that we already beat, and I have to, like, talk to them before then. So unfortunately, that locks off at least one ending, probably 2. Need to go here and make sure that we don't talk to the NPC who's there. I think teleporting refilled everything, but I just wanted to make sure. Now I need to figure out where we can go from here. Or if there is anywhere to go from here. This was where we fought the last boss. That almost looks like a path over there. He's the one we don't want to talk to. If we talk to him, we get booted out of this area. Thought that was a shrine. I think he is fine.
Not even Zhang Xiangdong is your match. Neither am I, it would seem. Even so, I shall protect the villagers with my life for as long as I still draw breath.
There's Panda. just want that one. I don't think I care about this one. Let me see how many I got with that. I think I got 2 from dialogue, but I think I need to find 20. So I spent 9 so far. Put me at 13, which means I probably have 11 found. Assuming the story ones don't count towards the 20. We just have like 2 or 3 subregions to explore, then we can move on with the story and lock in the first ending. Didn't get hit by the full blight, so it's fine. So yeah, pretty much since I've missed out on one of the quest lines, it's kind of just how many collectibles can I finish in this playthrough so that I don't have to do them again. Although for New Game Plus, I probably will just straight up follow a guide to make sure I get everything. Because 3 playthroughs is ideally out of question. Got to swap back to potions. Not sure what broke the boxes there. Hey, there's a trap. You get the red eyes. Free level there. And a thunder ability. I think that was everything up there, but I guess I should just double check. Like, that's everything. Nothing over there except that one enemy exploded. I think we just go all the way back and then go the other way. And I just kind of run over here. Nothing else up there. It does suck that because I didn't interpret that those blue things require using emotes, I pretty much missed out on a whole ending. Maybe two whole endings, because I think the character I missed is tied to both the good ending and the true ending. At least based on the listings I saw. I don't actually know what each ending is, I just know, like, some of the conditions for getting them. Like, nothing over here. Poise break, which I don't really know what that is and we haven't really used it. And another shrine. There should be, I think, 2 more shrines. You just maybe take a quick peek to make sure. Seems like that's the case, and we don't want to talk to him until we're done with everything here.
My apologies if I crossed a line. I sought only to learn. I hate war. Champion knows who suffers. I'll do all of my powers here. Before my blade!
Everyone.
Consider me impressed.
The General serves both crown and people. A rare soul indeed. I've delivered your father's message, and asked that you meet the General at the ferry crossing.
Health pill, a fast travel thing I've never used. Imagine the fast travel one is good if I die like first try on a boss with a ton of essence and I just want to grab them and dip out. I want to see what the boatsman's deal is right now. I think I want to go back to the shrine before I talk to him, because the last time I talked to him, he threw me into a boss fight.
There you are at last! Did you find Glutton Matchstick? The ship's almost here, and Pops is urging me to go. But I won't leave them behind. The great yonder gang goes together, or not at all. Glut, you've the stomach of 2 men or more, feasting all day long. I hope you'll get to eat your fill up in heaven. It was my fault. I put all my focus on caring for Pops.
Our savior, you slew the madam so that we could escape. Seeing you safe and sound fills me with joy. Jing told me it was your medicine that brought me back. I simply cannot thank you enough. I brought these from Snowfall Palace. Here, take them. We're yet to escape Snowfall's clutches. However, I wanted to take Jin and run, but she simply refused to listen to reason. You're with the great yonder gang too. Since you're close, could you help me persuade her?
I'm guessing we need to find both missing members of their group. Another bamboo shoot. I don't know if those count still. And another pendant. I think we'll quickly pivot back to the shrine so that I can try to get those 2 levels turned in before we go to whatever's next. Also to refill my health. And I want to see if there's anybody else I missed other than the boatsman. Like 400 points away. Got another weapon upgrade there. Okay, so I didn't realize that magic also gives me resistance. So it might be worth going magic just for all the resistances. Because status is definitely a problem. About 8,000 for the next one, probably a little bit more. Probably have enough for several levels on hand. Apparently agility also gives me resistance for some reason. I don't fully know what all the stats give me, but it took me way too long to realize that there is like a thing in the upper left corner that shows me what changes. So probably if I want to prepare for like New Game Plus specifically, either I need to like crank up my damage or crank up my resistance. I did forget to rest to get my flasks back. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab some items to max out madness. Prevents the loss of red mercury the next time you die is an interesting one. Because that would hypothetically mean you could make it so there's no punishment for dying and you get more essence. Because you just get full madness to buy that, you activate it, and then all you have to do is the next time you get to an area there's a demon who appears. Although you probably can't get 2 of them, so if you die at that point then you lose it.
After the death of our foster father, Ai Nengqi and Liu Wenxiu led their troops here, bringing nothing but destruction. Dingguo and I will head to Yunnan and rebuild our forces, just as father wished. I must follow Dingguo now, until we meet again.
Guess resting, spawn them in, so now we'll talk to him, and then we'll make sure there's nobody else here, and then we'll take the boat.
Well, well. Aren't you a vengeful little thing? Off to cross the river, are we? No use trying to stop you, is there? But don't come back crying when you start regretting. There's a nasty demon in that old mansion on the other side of the river. Even devoured the official named Bai. It's tied to you somehow. Though you still have time to turn back. Oh, still determined, are we? Looks like fate's wheel keeps turning, whether we like it or not. Oh, take the boat, if you're set on it. Just bring it back in one piece. If you make it back at all.
I decided to take a peek at collectibles to see if there was anything left. Okay, there's now a thing over here. Where there was supposed to be. Unless I messed up his quest and he became a villain. Is also possible. I think this is pretty much the point in the game where I find out where I missed quest items.
I must follow Dingguo now.
I guess he was just supposed to be somebody I talked to past that guy, but I didn't see him. In resting at the shrine, only summoned that one. Which makes me think that maybe I messed up their dialogue somewhere. Which is entirely possible. I don't think it matters. Other than I didn't get a weapon that's supposed to be there. Definitely not seeing any gold spots to indicate a weapon dropped. Doesn't sound like I was supposed to end up fighting that one guy. It just seems like a thing that ended up happening. So I guess we just take the boat and we go. Hopefully I didn't miss anything because I forgot to check the teleport again, which was the reason I went back there. I think knowing that I've already messed up some of the quest lines.
Embrace our native shore, where memories of horror linger evermore. Echoes of the remnants still haunt this plain. The silent tears of blood fall like rain.
Like, since I already failed some questline and definitely missed some things, it almost seems like I should maybe be less thorough just so I can quickly get through the endings.
Ah, Wuchang. Right on time. I've uncovered new clues. Do you recall that chisel from your former dwelling, before your memory faded? That chisel. I believe it's a treasure from Zhenwu Temple. But how did such an item end up in your home? We must delve deeper to uncover the truth. Take this. An old boatman at the docks gave it to me. He said it could help suppress the feathering. He seemed to know me well, like we were old friends. But I don't recall ever meeting him. I've tried it. It seems harmless, but be cautious. If anything feels amiss, do not use it. I shall continue my search here. Look around. It may help jog your memory. If you find yourself in danger, call out to me.
I guess we'll check the teleport here now that I have quick access to one. One person at the mansion and the storyteller, who we don't talk to yet.
I... Brother.
Okay. Go the other way first. Big audio cue makes me think that's definitely intended path. Anything else around here? Seems like no at a glance. Now I think we just go.
I shall continue my... If you find yourself in danger.
Looks like a boss arena. He seems a little bit slower, but I also don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, do any clashes. That was a horizontal one. That was a rough grab. Stack that. I'm very lucky I still got that. That's only one phase. And we got another level and very close to another one, so I might as well pop some currency to get it. Going to assume I need like 80,000 for both. So that's all of the areas in the mountain den. Apparently I went a little bit over because I got enough for 2 levels and still have like 5,000 left. That gives me endurance and stamina. Seemingly a lot of endurance, actually. Or I go down here and go more agility for slightly more resistance. Did magic give me... Looks like it just gives me damage reduction, doesn't give me resistance to status ailments. Same with feathering. Gives me resistance to magic, but not to status ailments. Also just want to see if I had anything to upgrade these, and it looks like no. Don't fully remember what endurance does. Just go agility and endurance. The vitality's HP and max health and defense. One thing to turn in back at the refugee camp, and then one everywhere else pretty much. So before we go forward, I think I want to do another backup save. Because I can still get access to 2 endings, but I have to commit to them independently. And one of them is a very short one, and the other one is notably longer, but it's a bad ending. And I don't, even though that boss wasn't too bad, I'd rather not have to fight them again. Other than the New Game Plus run that I'll have to do.
So, did you uncover anything? By crew. That abominable monster. Your brother. Another victim of this twisted resurrection. The resurrection failed. And that's why he became a monster. The object must have been incomplete. To save Bai Yu without turning her into a monster, we'll need all 4 pieces. As for the rest, I have some leads. Trust the investigation to me. Wuchang, the stakes are much higher this time. Proceed with caution and be wary of whom you trust. Stay safe. Will you? Wuchang, stay safe.
Seems like I have to teleport back because the boat's gone, so we talk to the boatman and then we go talk to the merchant. And then we lock in our new save state. And then we go activate the first ending, basically.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon, you hear?
I think that's a little bit better than the fireball one I have. But it's definitely better than that one. And we gotta think turn him.
What treasures do you have for me today? This ivory seal is exquisite. You know, there's a tradition in Worship's Rise. When a child is born, the parents commission a token to ward off evil and misfortune. I remember this one. It was made by Governor General Bai for his son. They say the child was born frail. Poor Governor Bai sought every cure under the sun, to no avail. Later, I heard from the old Taoist that the child passed away. This ivory seal became a symbol of misfortune. Oh, but I don't mind, especially when there's profit to be made. What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
If I have multiple of any armor, that might be worth selling. Although they apparently don't give me very much.
Nothing good comes cheap, you know.
I want to see if I can buy that one
treasures do
item,
you have for
because
me
I think
today?
those I will need
Let
all
me
of
make an
eventually.
assessment.
Need about 4,000 more.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
Because I think I need every weapon and every pendant, and I don't think I can get every weapon because of the way that some things worked out. Go talk to Bozeman. I guess I'll do a final check to see if the weapon's on the ground that's supposed to be. If it's not, then I just assume I can't get it. Because yeah, I think the guy who I fought, I wasn't actually supposed to fight him unless he gave me the weapon, and I just wasn't paying attention. Instead, he was just supposed to be somebody I could talk to on the docks. But I guess I might have missed his quest thing somewhere.
Back so soon, little girl? Well, satisfied now that you've slain that demon with your own hands? The byline. Extinguished by their own blood. All right, all right. Teasing you's lost its fun, girl. Now, off you go. When you're ready to return to the root of your cycle of death and rebirth, come and find me.
I think there's only one person to talk to, and then we do the point of no return. In which case, I'll back up before we actually commit to that. As far as I can see, nothing else over here, and I didn't see any, obviously, bright shining spots on the way over. So if there was supposed to be a weapon on the ground, it means I messed up an NPC line. Which I guess means that I'll have to do that in New Game Plus, because that trophy is now not doable. Unless there's a backup place to get it, or I got it and just didn't see it. I still don't know if there's any more with these two.
You're with the great yonder gang too.
Because it seems like I'm missing something that's relative to the other member of the gang. And I think it was the one who I was trying to figure out what their deal was, but I couldn't see if there was any more interactions. This was one that I went like way out of my way to find. I guess we'll go here and then we'll... Also, they weren't at the camp with them.
When I resided at the temple, I heard tales that official Bai longed for a son to continue his lineage. When one was finally born, fate cruelly tore him away. At some point, a priceless relic vanished from the temple. There were whispers that official Bai had a hand in its disappearance.
No wonder the temple dispatched so many disciples each year since then, ostensibly to exorcise demons. It was all in search of that lost artifact. Well, if that really is the case, I wonder what it is then that makes this lost relic so extraordinary.
One final skim of all the areas before point of no return. Looks like that's everything. I'm gonna quickly go to a be right back screen so that I can save state it, because basically to get both endings that I want right now, I need to save state it before making this decision, because I think it locks me in for the rest of the game. That being said, I will be back in like 3 minutes. Oh, came back out, so I realized I went to the wrong fast travel spot. So I think this one's technically closer. Oh no, wait, never mind. I was in the right spot because I was thinking that box near him was a shrine, but it was broken. So time to talk to the storyteller and do the first ending, which I think the one that I'm doing first is technically the shortest one, because it skips an entire region. And then we'll load the save state that I just made to go back and do the bad ending. And then that'll take me into New Game Plus, where I do the good ending and the true ending. Because I think I failed the conditions for both of those, probably. The good ending might be salvageable, but I don't fully know what the distinction is, because it says for good ending, do all the same that you do for true ending, but do one item interaction differently.
Well, well, we meet again, eh? My warnings go in one ear and out the other, don't they? The unending cycle of cause and effect has you wrapped tight. This land is no longer as it seems. A power beyond your comprehension awaits. Go any further, and you may never return.
Now we're in the 4th region. There are 5 regions in total, depending on the ending path, or for the one I'm going for.
You have finally arrived. That merchant Tao said worship's rise is in utter chaos now. Strange red vines are sprouting everywhere, and monsters are attacking anyone in sight. Aside from the hidden Analum, only the Reverend Temple remains untouched by the monsters. Let me check the town first while you stay here in Analum. We can plan our next move once I return with information. I'm worried about your arm. If it gets worse, it could complicate matters. But I can't stop you, can I? Here, take this. I can't remember who gave it to me, but I believe it might help with your feathering. Use it if you start to feel unwell. I'll head out first. If I find anything, let's meet at the Reverend Temple.
I guess that was a point of no return in the sense that it locks me out of the prior areas if I wanted to go back, but I think with the way the thing shaped out, I'm going to have to do another playthrough anyway, so I'm not super worried about collectibles because I've already probably missed a bunch. So there's technically a better point of no return, which I should do a save state later, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. This is basically the part where I'm very much kind of referencing the guide so that I don't have to do like 3 playthroughs because I really messed a thing up. Granted, I already did really mess a thing up, but it's too late for that.
Oh, when did you slip in, miss? I didn't notice you among the refugees. I had hoped to return to Analum to gather some silver before fleeing, but fate had other plans. Now I'm stuck here. Ah, the tragedy that's befallen worship's rise. Those damned grave robbers must have stirred up some vengeful spirit, bringing this divine punishment down on us. Have you seen the state of the yard? My family's lived here for generations. Oh, the town's gone to hell. Murder and fire at every turn. best to stay put here in Annalum for now, miss. It's safer.
There's at least one more boss that I can fight before another point of no return save.
Would you look at that?
We don't talk to him yet.
My legs are killing me. I should have known better than to poke around the leftovers from this temple rats. Those bastards attacked anyone on sight, even me. I would have been a gunner if not for my fast legs. The blind one invited me to hide in his home. And such a big home at that. Whenever will I strike a pig, eh?
I think we're done.
Halt! Don't go any further. The town is overrun with demons. I have been sent by the Lord's divine will to proclaim his sacred word. Serving the Lord and saving the world is my sacred calling. Lord above, guide me. Amen.
I think we're currently full on madness, so we can just go. Didn't realize that was an ally. Yeah, pretty much the whole end game of this seems to be, as long as I avoid storyteller, I avoid a lot of problems. Because he's pretty much the one who seems to definitively lock me into a path. Didn't mean to break that. Also, no idea if this is the thing. Kind of neat that there's just random NPCs around fighting stuff who aren't enemies. Apparently that was not the right spot to use that move. Also, they heal. I think if I had maybe activated Temperance again, I might have been able to lock him in with a Corrupt. Although there is definitely a question of whether using those 4-cost ones was worth it, because it didn't seem like it did as much damage as I would like. These are some pretty big essences that I'm getting. like 500 per enemy. I think those things that they're dropping are like 10,000 each. So I might have hit a point where I'm like suddenly getting just buried in red essence, which is good for me. Although we will go ahead and try this boss again. There we go. I got us a little bit close, but I thought I could get through that last bit of health. $103,000 points currently banked. Another red-eyed one done. I think I missed the shrine. feel like the shrine was earlier than this, like outside. Like, that definitely looks like a big important building, the True Sanctum, and it sounds like that's supposed to be one of the areas. I'm just not seeing wherever the shrine is supposed to be. I don't really remember offhand where it was before everything was on fire. Okay, so I think this is where I fought the boss before. So maybe we're a floor up than I thought. There's a shrine. There's somewhat of an argument that maybe I should just pop all of my currency to see how many levels I can get now. That gives us an even 3 there. I was originally going this way to get more health, which I kind of still want to do. I'm not really going for one-handed as much as I'm going for the stats that are available in this tree. But I'll still just grab those because I don't use those feathers anymore. 2 radiant feathers until we get another mastery. There's a bunch of magic that I can get at the end of those trees, or I can get more stamina. I'm hoping that maxing out a weapon doesn't include all of the abilities, because I'm definitely putting those off. I didn't check how many points I need, but I know it's like 42,000. Use 3 of those to be safe. $42,000 was right. I think I am just going to activate a bunch of these and see where we're at. That was almost enough for a free level. I'm 20,000 away from probably 2 of them. Probably all the ones that I can buy with what I have. I'm gonna go there to give myself some options, so now we can really crank up vitality, endurance, or agility. Agility gives me 1 point in all resistances. That gives me just regular resistances. Obviously more stamina, or I go more health. I am slightly at the point where I don't know what I should be building. Because, like, I could give myself more dual blade abilities, but then it just feels like it's competing with magic. I could be giving myself more magic, so those abilities are actually good, but again, it's like how often am I going to use that in my based on the combos I'm doing. $15,000 for that one kill. We're basically back in the first town, but everything's changed. I was hoping that was gonna, like, them so they would get staggered. One I missed. Focus the wrong one there. Well, it sort of worked out, but did cost me more heals than I would have liked. Armor that I don't really care about. I guess like armor is technically the only way to get resistances for status ailments, but I have not bothered to look at it. And that's kind of the only reason that I would even slightly care about armor. Because all of the other stats give me everything else. Main gimmick that I'm kind of unsure of for here is like, are all of the shrines back and in the same place, or are areas like now fully closed off? Like, is this just the first area again, but stronger enemies? Or is the area itself actually different? There. Another level and another red-eyed enemy done. 2 levels if I turn it in. I would ordinarily guess that there's probably a shrine at the temple I can get. Those guys are giving like 1,000 each. Seems like that area is completely closed off, so like the first area that I went to after leaving. That area is also completely closed off. It's pretty much isolated just to the first town. Did find another shrine. If I have enough for 3 levels, we'll take 3 levels. In terms of like consumables. Apparently we have 4. I guess that other guy I found was another red-eyed enemy. 46,000, so I need 20,000. We definitely have enough for that. And now do we go damage or health? I think I want to go health. Then we'll grab the +5 damage. Storytellers back there, but we want to avoid them. I think I need to go back here and go up that cliff I was at. I decided to take a peek at the collectibles. I'm just trying to be thorough for this endgame, especially because if I get here for like New Game Plus, I'm probably not going to care about these quests ideally. It's unfortunate, but I just need to dodge the boulder that shows up. It accidentally stepped back in the light. Wait for that to wear off. Good to know that I can do clashes against them, so they're kind of a not issue. I saw him a little bit too late. Need to beware of the guy who does all the explosives. I just probably need to use a firebomb and just throw it in that one guy before he sees me. Okay, so yeah, whatever is there is now gone. I think I actually did have a thing for that, and I might have messed it up. Okay, so apparently I just need to go back to the collection box because I opened the chest. Apparently that was a thing that people are having issues with, and I did see a big red note for that. I think I need to keep going back up the hill.
Secure. It failed. What manner of warrior am I? A courageous hero. A sword to punish evil. Beware all that is evil. For brothers we are, from this day forth.
Really care about reducing madness right now. I should actually probably just be taking out the bamboo with throwing knives, but I just never internalized that that's maybe an option. You know, I should have probably been a little bit worried that this area was so empty. That was some beefy damage. Don't do the mimics too often, but I have gotten... Like, one of them felt extremely obvious, and the other two did not. Because I think it's just like a smaller area that I ran into. I think we're good to do that. There's 2 people at the Reverend Temple that I can talk to. Apparently, ad guy has more dialogue. I probably have enough collectibles to force that, but I don't think it's worth the effort. Is he back here, or did I move him forward by resting? Oh, there's a thing there. Full set of armor and a weapon. I'm guessing he moved. I definitely get the feeling I've probably missed one of the bamboo guys, and it might be in an area that's permanently locked off now. I'm probably not going to make major use of that save state I did, probably just to get 2 endings in a single run. Partially because it sounds like the secret ending locks me out of some things that I need for trophies. Because it just completely skips an entire region. But we found them. Doesn't seem like there's anything else here. I'm guessing that's supposed to be like my hint that there's another area over here and I need to go find it. If I like got to a different area and then saw that he was marked. Now it sounds like we go back to that downstairs area that I was. We just proceed through there till I find a shrine. I think there was an enemy there with a gun who I just ran by because they respawned and I forgot about him. That area is blocked off. leg guards. I think that's an enemy up there who's doing a thing, or if it's just decoration. They're definitely doing a thing.
Be gone! What of this world's suffering can you possibly mend?
I almost got the backstab like 3 times, but they just moved slightly away. And we got him. This one had a lot of blood around it. About 10,200 away. Do I go more endurance or more agility? We go agility, and I'll check if I'm close to any more weapon masteries. Got enough for that one. So now I need a lustrous red feather and another chisel. There anything else back here first? Guess right now it seems like no. Also, I still have no idea what those feathers for the birds do. we got everything, so I'll just heal up and then we'll move forward. I'm kind of curious how many areas, or how many shrines are left in this. We've got 5, and there's 9 total. Apparently the temple is supposed to be one of the very last ones I go to, but I kind of went out of my way there first. $5,000 for that one enemy, and they dropped a 10,000 item. Somebody got knocked out somewhere.
Pai nosso nos céus, santo é o teu nome, teu reino buscamos, tua vontade seja feita. Amém. Pai nosso nos céus, santo é o
I also forgot how many bamboo things I was at, but I could have probably taken stock before I went too far forward. Unclear on what the purpose of this path is, because it seems like it's all a dead end. Other than the 2 enemies, and there's even like a thing I could break into to get over here, but I don't see a way out. That's my path there. This just go like in a big circle. Looks like it did. This is where I started. Thought that was gonna knock him out. Sounds like there's supposed to be a wooded area where monsters are fighting, but I did not see that. Notably, it's supposed to be somewhere around here. Like, I'm not seeing this ledged area that's supposed to be around here. Says talk to the guy in the grave or just acknowledge that he's there. Then continue through the back and it's supposed to be a wooded area. This is the only area I see, and I don't see any wooded areas. Or is it this way? I think I found the right way.
I'll have you.
Dodge. Good to know that does work. That makes it a bit easier. Another pendant. You probably see, also I did realize I don't have my healing one that I've been, because I did a boss fight, I forgot about it. I was wondering why I was using so many more heals, and then I remembered. Spells are better. Blunt attack power. Feathering but reduces physical. Potency of your weapon's physical attacks. Large enemies. That one for now. We're gonna swap to that one. Can't tell if that was a substantial damage difference. Hear a bird, but I'm not seeing one. Nor am I seeing the path forward.
Power of feathering is a divine gift. A wretch like you is unworthy. Under his blessing, our plan is destroyed. Stand in my way.
I didn't get any of the clashes there I needed. On the bright side, that is a ton of resources for these enemies. It feels like it might be doing a little bit more, but I can't really tell. Now that I got my heal token on, I don't have to worry about using flasks for a bit. Plus I didn't realize that I was already this close to the level up. So if I get my essence back and then get to the next shrine, I'll probably have enough for 2 levels. Without even counting any consumables I pick up. I have to say, 10,000 drop and a random enemy is like really strong, especially when I get like 2 of them back to back. Also, I just missed this chest. Do I just ignore the enemies? I was gonna say yes, but then I felt like I had to go for the drop down. I think it's like 80,000 something is my double level up area. That was at the 40s. And we're in that range now before the essence.
Under his blessing, our plan will end. Stand in my way, and I will crush you.
As I didn't see my essence on the way down.
Fate is a snare without an end. Even with the relic, you cannot break free.
I'm gonna use one of those. Also activated that a little bit too early. red-eyed enemy out of the way. Another pendant. Good, turn in those 2 levels. Looks like I might have missed a bamboo. Three levels because we fought an essence enemy. Now, do I keep going like endurance to just give myself endless stamina, or do I find something else to level up? That buffs all of my spells. So I'll give myself a little bit of magic. And we'll heal up. Because it sounds like I missed a bamboo on that red vine that I ran to the corrupted area. There's not a whole lot of major collectibles overall, but the ones that I miss are immediately a problem. I have 80 of those in storage, which is probably good. There's the one I missed. Now we just continue forward. My buff did wear off, which I didn't notice. Gonna heal up here. Like, since the feathers require me to be observant, it feels like they should be for something important, but I don't know what it is. Okay, so that's a counter.
You
Yeah, we got her.
in this life of comes to an end.
Nice, one and done. Didn't even change my accessories. This one's important because technically I'm supposed to save it before I do this, but actually I thought that was a riddle door to the spawn, but it was not.
Well, you've surpassed my expectations. Even took down a big shot, like the commander herself. Oh, that poor, pitiful girl. Fallen so far. Yet her heart clings hopelessly to her infatuation. But her fate was sealed long ago. After all, there would never be a happy ending for her and her beloved. Love parts, hate unites, birth and death, desires left to wither. Such is the bitter curse of mortal life. Enough chatter, off you go. Your journey's far from over. As for me, I've got a commander's body to claim, and another grave to dig.
So this is where we need to set up the endings. Once I get to the next shrine, wherever that is. Few levels out of that, and I have 40,000 left over. 23,000 for another. ourselves a little bit more resistance and magic, cause why not? I guess technically I should just be grabbing these, like, random quality of life things if I ever decide to use them. So now we're at the point where I need to back up another save, because we're about to do one of the endings. So with that, I'm gonna go to the Be Right Back screen while I go ahead and set up the save state. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, back. So I take a quick break while I was already away. So we can turn in the merchant. Although it kind of doesn't matter because we'll have to turn it in twice. I mean, I could probably just ignore it because I don't really need to do it right now.
Fancy seeing you again, young un. Your being here, it's almost like fate is leading you along. I won't stand in your way any longer. In fact, I've got a favor to ask. Tell me, do you know what you're standing on? That Metacrinus plant ought to only grow deep underground. Yet, the Bowmagus has made it bloom here. The ancient Bow people hail from this land, and the Magus brought them to worship's rise. She was seduced by power, and her actions have cursed the world. She's hiding in the underground palace beneath the Shoe Sanctum. Confront her for me, and should she still cling to her misguided path, kill her, and save the Bow people from their doom. Oh, well, I'll keep my questions to myself.
Okay, so now we're locked into the ending, which is just one more boss fight and then we get the ending. And then as soon as we're done with the boss, I'll need to revert the save back. I think that's the way that we go if we weren't fighting the boss. Or maybe I'm wrong. It was kind of hard to hit because aiming at their torso. Effectively 30,000 essence for that fight. I don't think this was the right way. I think I was supposed to go the other way, so I'll just heal up and get my flask back. But none of the collectibles or levels I get matter because we're reverting the save state anyway.
Foolish mortal, you tread upon sacred soil.
That looks like the boss arena. I don't think they're gonna be a large enemy. I don't know if they're gonna have any roars, but I would rather not get hurt by them if they do.
I offer this blood, that the primordial deity may feast upon it. Judgment. By divine decree, they fall. Judgment. By divine decree, they fall. Nowhere near.
That was a rough one there. Not a bad attempt, I just didn't really know how to deal with their second phase. Myself a little bit of damage boost. I think, relatively speaking, everything was fine. I just need to be a little bit more aggressive in dealing with their second phase, because I can do some very big AoEs. It's very hard to land a backstab on their second phase, unlike the first phase.
Judgment. By divine decree, they fall. The void beckons.
I can get a backstab while they're doing the teleport thing, but it is tough. Also, I can just get far away enough from this that it doesn't hurt me until the final blast. In fact, I can get so far away that even the final blast doesn't hurt. Here's a win. And we got the ending. And credits. So, we still obviously have plenty more to do. Specifically, I'm going to probably reload the save so that I can do the alternate dialogue thing so we can just fight the boss. I'm guessing that was a secret kind of bad ending because we basically just inherited corruption powers and then just flew off to who knows where. So anything with the vocals always kind of go hard. So I will say initial thoughts since we at least got one ending out of the way. I think my biggest two gripes with this game are kind of things that I knew about going into it from like somebody who likes to get trophies and achievements. I think autosave in games with multiple endings is, as being the default and also only save, is kind of annoying. I also think that NPC quest lines being so heavily tied to seemingly multiple endings and also being extremely missable is just kind of a weird choice. Like, for example, if I went to the Mount area before I went to Cloudspire, I would just ruin like 3 out of 4 of the endings. Or at the very least, I would ruin at least 2 of them, I think. It seems like they might be able to be done in any order, but it sounds like some NPCs are supposed to be done in a specific order. And if I mess that up, then they disappear forever. Or I just outright fail their questline. So it's conceptually kind of weird that I even like have a choice to go between 2 areas when one area is like definitively more correct. Although I will say from a gameplay standpoint, I think I'm still having quite a good time, and I think I'm at the point in the game where I'm getting just a ton of levels and I have no idea what I want to do with them, because I don't really want to try out a new weapon at this point. So I'm basically just min-maxing my stats. And like even that is kind of hitting its limit to a point where I'm almost like got all of the agility nodes that I know of. Unless I dig really deep into weapons that I'll never use. So I'm almost at the point where like maybe I should just start going magic just to keep building resistances to stuff. And like make my spells that I occasionally use sometimes better. Like, there's a lot of, like, when I first was getting into the skill tree, it seemed like I had no idea where to build or what to do, and now it feels like the exact opposite, where it's like, well, I basically hit the end of a tree, so now nothing else kind of matters because I'm beating endgame stuff relatively easily. Like, I first tried the boss before this one, and then this boss who gives me one of the endings took me 2 tries. Like, it feels like I've leveled so much just kind of naturally that I just kind of don't need most of the things on the skill tree other than just to have them. Like, I don't think there's, like, any trophies or anything for, like, maxing out the skill tree. It's just kind of, there is a thing for maxing out a weapon, which is, like, pick your favorite weapon and then max it out. And also maxing out flasks. Which is like you have to build 2 branches and then you can get all the trophies. And then everything else is just bonus stats. Or other options if you want to do like a different weapon. Pretty much as soon as we're done with the credits, it immediately throws us into New Game Plus, and then I'll just go to the Be Right Back screen and reload the save. And I think the only ending we have left is the bad ending. At least as far as ones that it looks like I fulfilled the requirements for. Unless one of them is lying. Just to be safe while we're waiting on credits, I am going to take a peek at the other ending requirements to see if the 2 actually do overlap as much as it looks like. that's our first of 4 endings done. And new title screen, I think. But now I'm gonna go ahead and back out and reload save, so I will be back in another few minutes. And we're back. And now storyteller's back again, so we just change our dialogue choice. Then we basically refight the boss. Except this time the game will just continue. And I did confirm I can only get the bad ending.
Fancy seeing you again, young un. I won't stand in your... Tell me. That Metatrinus plant... she was seduced. She's hiding. Kill her. And save the boat. Ah, you're a good one. Now I can rest easy, knowing it's in your hands.
And I can either turn in the merchant now, or we just wait till we get another item. I think I'll just wait. So now the collectibles actually matter because we're continuing the game on from here, and this is going to go right into New Game Plus. So no more reloading saves because I can only do one more ending this playthrough. Yeah, we got him. Now let's just continue up this path first to see what's over this way. Just a spell. I forgot if this gave me anything. Looks like no. So back to fight the boss again to continue to normal ending. I'll just go ahead and do that to get my items back. Okay, we'll probably get 2 endings done and then we'll get started on New Game Plus. Probably not gonna be able to beat the whole game again in like a few hours. But I should make pretty good progress. Because it sounds like I get a very strong like shield from one of the endgame bosses that makes like New Game Plus way easier. That it's basically a shield that blocks all damage.
Foolish mortal! Tread on sacred soil!
There was definitely something up there I could grab. some easy currency there. More armor. Clearing out an entire area of enemies and only losing one flask is kind of nice. Technically, I have enough stuff for a level if I wanted to go back and just turn in my point before boss. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Another flask upgrade. So let's go back and turn in the level and get another flask, just cause why not? We should be getting pretty close to the end of the flask upgrades. Because I think there's only like 2 or 3 left. And getting all of those is 1 trophy. Yeah, the ones I think I'm locked out of, I don't think it's possible for me to get all weapons. Unless I figure out where, like, the collection box is and I miss something. Grab some heals and get a free damage buff. I forgot to use my flask upgrade. there's 2 upgrades there, and 2 upgrades there, and we just use that one. Apparently I had another one on hand that I just forgot about. There's only 2 upgrades in terms of capacity, and 2 upgrades in terms of potency. I don't think I bother with resting to get the flasks back because it's just 2 of them. And this boss wasn't that bad. So time for a quick boss refight, and then we'll just continue on to the bad ending.
Offer this blood. Let the primordial deity may feast upon it.
That was just a rude time for that grab.
Those who defy the heavens.
I forgot to swap my accessory, but it's fine.
Let the heretics suffer judgment. By divine decree, they fall. Divine judgment is here.
Just a couple bad dodges there. I also haven't determined how exactly their shield works, because it just seems like I kinda hit it a few times and it disappeared. So I assume that's what I'm supposed to do. I need to remember to change my accessory. I don't know if the big wave they did counts as a stun, but I'd also rather not find out.
Foolish mortal, you tread upon sacred soil.
Back to full health. Put on the anti-stun one.
Offer this blood. Let the primordial deity may feast upon it. Judgment. By divine decree, they fall.
Guys, I have a little bit of a problem dodging. I kind of underestimated how much damage that was going to do and tried to go for a backstab. So this has already taken me technically more attempts than the first time I fought him. Part of me thinks I should just run it. Just ignore the two enemies here, but I feel like they'll stand up and explode.
Foolish mortal! Tread upon sacred soil! I offer this blood, that the primordial deity may feast upon it! Divine judgment is here. Those who defy the heavens, unforgivable. Let the heretics suffer judgment.
Yeah, just kind of attacking their shield seems to get rid of it.
They fall.
Refresh that. Could probably waited a little bit, but it's like just a few extra seconds.
The void beckons. Nowhere near it. Those who defy the heavens, unforgivable. Let the heretics suffer judgment.
Couldn't quite get enough to land the corruption.
They fall.
Yeah, we got her.
Twisted path I have tread.
3,000 back there, and we got the next big story area, which it said was Revenant Temple. That's this entire path cleared out, and a new shrine. maxed out the magic there, because why not? Two things to turn into the vendors. And now we have a new spell, which I think is supposed to be like the really good one. Barrier that withstands damage versus one that slightly boosts defense. I forgot what the next level was at, but I should be close. There it is. I guess it's a question of, do I keep going endurance, or do I go something completely different just to start making progress somewhere else? So now if I use barrier, I also don't get staggered while using barrier. We'll go turn in the merchant stuff. If they have new weapons, I need to buy the new weapons. Spells, I think, are optional. Or if they have a new pendant, I need to buy a new pendant.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Now, that's a fine piece of work. But how come you have it? Flashing their swords about. They won't get away this time.
There is definitely an argument that I should just start looking through the armor to see what gives me a ton of resistance to, like, despair and corruption, because those are the two that are going to give me a problem in New Game Plus. Like, that reduces a ton of my base defenses, but if I get enough stats in, like, vitality, that kind of doesn't matter. Paralysis, I don't fully know what it does, but Frostbite just halves my stamina, which I have so much stamina, it kinda doesn't matter. Maybe we'll wait a bit. I mean, I guess that's a question of, do I think that defense is gonna hurt me real bad right now, or will it benefit me more later? Maybe I should just buy it just to have it. Because at least I have the option if I get a New Game Plus and I just start getting frustrated by, like, the amount of corruption.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon.
We'll just save that for later. I'll stick with my current set because I'm more concerned with, like, boss damage. But that might just make traveling easier in New Game Plus. I need to find the other merchant.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. My word, what a discovery! Crystal ice that never melts, a rarity even in the capital. If you'd presented this to the Emperor a few years ago, you could have bought yourself a position at court. You got this from an Imperial Guard? If that's true, then the girl at the Reverend Temple must be someone important. I mean, to have the Imperial Guards at her side. I should have tried to make her acquaintance. Remember, this stays between us. If word gets out, well, heads would roll. These patterns, unmistakable. This is an ancient artifact of the Bow people. I've seen these symbols before at the Shu Sanctum. It's their tribal mark. However, to use these marks so, this is no ordinary tribesman. It seems the strange happenings in Worship's Rise must be connected to this leader. Oh, your talents are truly remarkable. The fate of Worship's Rise may very well rest in your hands.
I don't see anything very important there that I should be worried about. I think that's everybody here, so now just seeing what changed, if anything. Sounds like some things may have changed here based on a quick glance at the collectible list. also don't think I explored this area very well. Good thing I happen to be me this time right now. I forgot to swap accessories back. Okay. That's 2 free levels. Now I gotta figure out where to go or what else I'm missing, if anything. A little bit of a mess up on my part there with some of the dodges. I went the wrong way again. I don't know if my madness was super high as a result of that. That might spawn the demon in, and it's been a while since I've seen that. Let them fight it out for a minute. I'm gonna have to take out both of them anyway, so I might as well let them chip away at each other. wasn't there. So the question is, how long does this shield last? Because it seems real good. It might be permanent, but based on hits. And we can always try it out right now. Because if it's based on hits, that means I could theoretically have a shield forever. Because all I need to do is build up charges faster than they take it away. Which means I either just need to do dodges or I need to keep my combos going for a while. We're back to the invisible bridge. It sounds like there's a health upgrade here I might have missed. Or a flask upgrade. And I was just kind of in a hurry through this area, so I probably missed a bunch. Apparently I just walked right by this one, because I was in this house. There's one flask upgrade in the game, if I was looking at the skill tree right. Then there was a bamboo around here that I didn't see. That's the problem with that one. And that was instant death. Because I should have focused the dogs there. Like, the big guy's not a problem, the guy with the spear's a little bit annoying, but the dogs, if I ignore them, they just one-shot me. Once I get a status built up. Either way, I was gonna have to come back because I need to redo that bamboo. I do keep going the wrong way out of there. And I think once I'm back to the temple, then I lock in the bad ending. shield is extremely good. Like, not only is shield good, but shield is so good that I ended with a second shield. And like, barely any health gone. Yeah, we got him. No demon. And there's enough for another level. I think I got most of the remaining collectibles here, unless there is another bamboo. But it doesn't look like there is. I couldn't remember if there was like 2 I missed. Because there was a red-eyed enemy here, and I think that was it. And then we were at the temple. Just a little bit of a kill steal there. So I might have enough for 2 levels, but I might need to pop a few consumables. Now I think we just move forward. Need a little less than 20,000. Easiest way to do that. And now we're back to the question of, do I just grab things to get them? I don't really know what biding time is. Those would buff my individual spells, but I'm just using shield at this point. We want Leech. Leech seems like it would be very good. Tempering gives more attack power. I don't know how to unlock the other two things on it. Or other three things even. Is it those? There are 3 slots and there are 3 of those, so maybe, I mean, could possibly just pop a bunch of things and check. I don't know if I have enough consumables to get a full level. I need 62,000. I'm at 2,000. I don't think I have enough. I can get myself like halfway there.
It's you. Word of your deeds at Snowfall Palace and Zhenwu Temple has reached my ears. Bai Tingzhao, the former Governor General, he was your father, wasn't he? Your father once suppressed a rebellion for the Emperor and accomplished much in his time. The true dragon is about to be reborn. Will you rise and take your father's mantle and serve the great Ming Dynasty? How did this happen?
Another pendant. There's the bird. Okay, well, dagger does work. Well, dagger does work on the bamboo guys. They move, so it's not reliable. Almost missed an item there. Also just didn't see this one. I think I'll try those acupuncture ones next. Just to see if they give me the extra slots that I don't have. If they do, then I can commit to Leech to give myself a bunch of stuff. Sounds like I might have missed a thing over here. Yeah, at this point I'm just kind of following a guide of collectibles, even though I'm kind of half paying attention to it, because the less I have to redo, the better. I guess I just broke a jar that had this. There's definitely some NPCs who don't seem to be tied to anything, but I missed the most important one, who's tied to 2 endings, and like they're hard required for both endings.
This symbol. Wuchang, I thought you were in Annalum. What are you doing here? Is that so? Well, even in the fiercest storms, I'd never forget where we disembarked. Quick, look at this symbol. Do you recognize it? I've seen this in ancient texts at the Reverend Temple. It's a mark of the Bow People. Could it be that those monsters are in fact the Bow People? This is strange. The Bow are merely a folk legend. Why would they suddenly appear now? Could they have been resurrected by some power, too? This is strange.
So yeah, I think that's where the split messes up, because if I had completed the other NPC's quest, I think I would have a research paper to give him. But because I missed the setup, I can't complete his dialogue line. And also, the NPC who would appear if I were to progress the other one, I need their item for the ending. So basically, missing that one character blocked me out of 2 characters completely. Even though one of them I was pretty thorough and talked to them at every possible opportunity, the other one I just didn't know they existed. And completely missed their item. Actually, I might have talked to them through the door, but I didn't know where to get their item because I hadn't found it by that point, and I had already passed where it was in the story. So I just kept going and just never found it.
How did it come to this?
So we'll go ahead and lock in the bad ending. And then we'll get ready for New Game Plus. One playthrough with a shield that removes all damage but statuses doesn't seem like a bad New Game Plus.
I've spent years studying the feathering and only recently learned of a divine object, a stone chisel, that could suppress it. The monsters haunting Worship's Rise sought this very item. Commander Hong managed to seize a fragment of this sacred object from those fiends. After days of research, we finally made some headway on the feathering. I thought we were on the verge of a breakthrough. But the divine object was devoured by that creature. If only the divine object was still here. In time, it could save all living souls. So it is! So it is! A way to save the suffering! There is
Okay. Got a network shield. It doesn't prevent things like status ailments. Fine. I didn't expect it to. It feels it's like 3 hits or something like that, and then it pops. One of the 2 final items for upgrading flasks. Or upgrading potency specifically.
We're close now. Just within our grasp. I should have known. You've been meddling with fate all along. Bringing Baiyu back. We're almost there. This is what you've been after all along, isn't it?
They have a roar. Okay, so shield does prevent roar. Yeah, we win, or at least that phase.
It withstood strong for 277 prosperous years. Alas, the Ming dynasty has woefully fallen. But while an empire can
gonna try to dodge through it, but I kinda missed. Sure if I should have committed attacking there or backing out closer to him.
Empire would still stand strong, if not for traitors and rebels! Where are my ministers? Oh, treacherous minister!
Almost got it. And a bad time to go for heal. Yeah, we got him.
Your Majesty!
Watch out!
So, the true dragon's blood beckons.
now fully upgrade weapons once I get like another 2 feathers, I think it is. Actually, I just realized I think there is another upgrade that's good now because there was a thing for buffing echoes, or echo spells, and I think that's what the shield does. But before that, we're gonna try that to see if it gives me what I think it does. It looks like it does, so I need those. Actually, I can probably try to get Leap now. It was a little bit more than I needed. I went the wrong way. And now I don't have enough to get it.
To think there was such a place beneath the burning cave. Years of searching, only to find it beneath my very feet. This is the essence of immortality. The legends were true. This is the Hall of Ascension. Thanks to that chisel of yours, I am here. I am one step closer to my ascension.
So now this is a case where the thing I have for the guide and the thing I'm actually going to do are different, because ordinarily if I had done all the requirements for all 4 endings, I would have made a backup save before I gave him the chisel. But because we messed up the other 2 endings and we're committing to 1 ending in New Game Plus, I need to not follow their instructions, because they just would have me run straight to the ending, just beeline it to the ending and then reload the save.
What treasures do you have for me today? Ah, that piece belongs to the Imperial Court. Not bad. You got this from the Imperial Guards, didn't you? The Imperial Guards stayed in town for months, tearing through the place looking for anything valuable. And now we've got a fresh batch of weirdos in town. Worship's Rise ain't big enough for all these important folks.
So basically, instead of just beelining to the ending, I need to go for all the collectibles. Because we just want to try to finish up as much as we can before New Game Plus. Not sure which is the way back and which is the way forward, actually. I'm guessing this is the way forward. Man, a whole corruption area where the ground is just constantly hitting me with it. I might need to change my armor finally because this area is going to be rough without it. I didn't realize I could do like glamour for the armor. I think that's mate an elevator. I don't know if I need to activate that now. I think I want to go back and go for essence that I dropped in to make sure there's nothing there. This sort of looks more like main path. I guess one of the big questions still remaining is whether I missed any of the flask upgrades. Or are they in this final area? Yeah, even with better armor, it's still very fast. Also, the demon is up and fighting them. We're just gonna let them sort it out. Okay, back up to 30,000. Even with 50% resistance, that is still building up super fast. Seems to be everything here other than this. I ate a status resist one instead of that, the one to remove the corruption. And we got him.
Everything comes at a cost. Some dreams may come true, but they are not what they seem.
Another new pendant. Potency of recovery effects reduces damage taken. like I got most of the things over here. We know what it means for that game. I got lucky that that was a stun there, because I was in bad shape. Lance, it doesn't seem like there's anything here. This is kind of just my big question. So I had I want to see what's the highest I can get. Despair and Corruptions. That looks like 33 and 27 for that one. It doesn't feel like it's slowed it down even remotely. I think now we take the elevator. And I just want to put on all of the consort items because they seem to be the most resistance. Let's see if there's any substantial change on like what it does, but I do kind of like how the old outfit looks, so I kind of want to keep the aesthetic. think the big corruption is the bigger problem there, but I also don't know if I want to just jump in there and get involved yet. There's enough for another level. And just killing skeletons to out-heal the corruption. Yeah, so even with like a full set of armor that's explicitly made for resistance, like I don't feel like the corruption is going up any slower. Maybe a little bit. Like it definitely feels like I was getting more out of just the item. I kind of have no idea where I'm going. So I just realized they're only doing like 11 damage to each other. That was 20,000 there in addition to what I got for the knockout. I think my biggest concern is just accidentally stumbling into the ending and then getting kicked into the game plus. Need both of whatever those are to progress. This definitely looks suspicious. That's the weapon upgrade that I need. I don't know if I only need one or if I need two of those. If I only need one, then we just gotta go turn it in. Didn't see what that was. I think my only problem right now is just this area is too big, and I don't really know what I should be looking for. Doesn't seem like the corruption goes down very fast. Didn't realize there was more to that enemy. It's like I'm in a weird situation of like, do I just eat the damage or do I And like use a flask, or do I keep hopping the flowers to like slightly delay it? Found a big cave. This seems to have a bunch enough. Actually, does this just take me back to where I started and I just ran in too far? Seems like that's exactly what it is. Yes, as if I was able to complete the other quest line, there should be an NPC down here, but obviously I couldn't complete the quest line because I missed one. I am almost tempted to just go back up to the shrine to turn in all this stuff. But then I would be more tempted to heal, which would reset everything. Probably the worst thing I could do. It says somewhere near the tree there's supposed to be a lever I can use, and that's the quest item. This definitely looks like left, and it has something different. That was one of the items it mentioned. monster out there, it's like an argument that I should go for the traps now. Another feather for a second weapon if I want. I'm up to 50 of those. I guess I can take that. Also, there's a gate. I'm guessing there was 2 based on the thing I saw earlier. Back to just general money. That's my last flask. I guess it's a question of, do I want to fight the big enemy? Just to get a bunch of points. I don't think I want to fight them over there. Really don't want to fight them when they're just standing right in the crowd. That's kind of a problem for me. definitely feel like I'm at the area right now where I need to be very cautious, or I need to beeline it for here when I finish up. There's the other main switch activated. I basically unlocked a shortcut. Gonna take a peek if I picked up the item that it says I need for the merchant. It's already got the item. Is there anything else back here before we go? I feel like I have like 4 levels to turn in, so I'm very hesitant to get into too many fights. In fact, I might just pour it back. For like the first time ever. So there's basically no downside to that. It does automatically activate the teleport, which is probably notable. Exactly 3 levels. Okay, so Leech is a main one. That I guess we'll just go duration. And now that I know what these do, I should probably grab those. So that means I can now just throw more stuff in those slots, even if it's not great. I don't think status really matters, but maybe if I decide to swap, it will. Also, I just realized because of the thing I'm doing, I can't get all the bamboo things anyway. Because if I There's a door where either I get a trophy or I get an area that gives me the collectibles. And I would rather just get the trophy out of the way this playthrough and then get the because I have to answer the door a certain way in order to access a shrine, which is tied to the other endings that I can't do. So it's a case where I should just go for the trophy because I can't use the other things anyway.
Hey, you made it. You found it beneath the burning cave? So that's what the fuss was about. It collapsed. I'd heard the ground under the burning cave was hollow. I wanted to dig around, but that Taoist kept a close watch. Never got the chance. But this time... I know I'll strike it big once my leg recovers.
So if I understood what that trophy was, we turned in all of the shop items. Like, these ones sound like they'd be decent, but I do have to commit 3 essences just to learning new abilities. So I think that might be all of the optional trophies I can still do. Other than opening the riddle door. Or getting it right, I should say. Where I'm supposed to get it wrong in order to get one of the endings. I forgot to check if I can max out my weapon. Also, it seems like I might have missed one of the things to get a new flask upgrade. Yeah, we got it. So there's technically, I think, more feathers I can get, but we've now maxed out dual blades. At least as far as the trophy is concerned. Port it back, I didn't take the elevator up. So the sucky part about a door coming up is basically if you get the riddle right, or if you answer the prompt correctly, it locks out a boss, a collectible, and an ending. But answering it correctly is required for a trophy. Gonna ignore the big enemies fighting each other for a bit. I'll clear out that one area I dipped out of. Then we'll go for the trophy. Oh, here we got that. Even though there might be enough skeletons to heal up, I don't want to risk it. And we'll just wait out the corruption for a minute. I actually think because I activated the lever, I'm supposed to go back to the shrine now. Looking at the description for it. I wasn't even supposed to come back down here, I just kinda did because I felt like there was stuff I missed. Question is, do I use another teleport? Well, that was a bit unfortunate. I was kind of hoping I could just kind of win that fight to get like a easy 10,000 or something. I think I just commit to going forward in the area. That jump is like really bad for time consistently. Like, I kind of just want to run through this area because of how annoying the corruption is. I gotta remember where, like, the door actually was to Res, I think. Might have gone too far back. Maybe I needed to go up that way. I'm just gonna up because why not? I think there's 2 shrines that I don't have access to unless I'm doing the other ending, or I might have access to one, but it's out of the way to go back and get. So them to actually give me a path across the corruption that doesn't require me to just run through it. See that there was an enemy up there until I already dropped down. My hope is that the skeletons will let me out heal the corruption so I don't have to use a flask. I think that's probably gonna be now. I'm definitely healing, but I don't want to risk it from there. I wonder if resistances only applies to like attack-based status buildup. That's why it feels like it's not doing a whole lot against area buildup. Stayed in a little bit too long. So I didn't realize I still had my shield up for a bit. Definitely a path up over there for something. I mean, I already did see because of the one up there. Just a shortcut to avoid all the enemies. Kind of seems like it is. And also pick up a single item on the way. That seems like more progress made. will say with the way my weapon is currently built, I think blunt damage is the only thing I have to worry about for the most part, as long as I'm getting clashes in. Which I think was what those big rock guys are doing. And we found the shortcut there. Go ahead and get my flasks back, even though I don't think I used a whole bunch. Should have figured that was probably too easy. Not on potions. One of those was a red-eyed enemy. And we got this deactivated. Or this is an elevator. There's an option to deactivate it. I should go back for that. Probably this way. Too early on that one. I'll hopefully know what those gates are. We got enough for another level. Like, my best guess is that maybe they unlock later. So I didn't see any way to go that way, so I guess we'll just take the elevator. I guess here's the big question is, do I commit to trying to get all the bamboo, even if I don't know if I've gotten all of them so far? I think no, because I'm just going to be going through the next one. Going through every collectible anyway. Because that's kind of is the point where it matters, where I would have to make a decision if I'm committing to those collectibles or if I'm just gonna wait till the next playthrough and finish everything up. I think I'd rather just wait. Go through with a guide. And not have to worry if I missed anything and try to check. Because it's either I go to every area that's still available, which is, like, not the first area, or I just wait to New Game Plus and go through the checklist anyway. So broadly speaking, we should be pretty close to the next ending. There's the red door. I'm pretty sure I found both of these before, so this should be the last one, which gets me the trophy. And this is the one where a bunch of things are locked behind it being answering wrong. But we're gonna answer it right for the trophy. About 7,000 and I get another level. Apparently I need another chisel for that one. Ton of feathering over there if I wanted that, or a ton of magic if I wanted that. But I think I'm at the point where I just kinda need to see if I can find something that gives me vitality, ideally, or more agility, which it looks like this gives me some agility. Trying to see what's closest for access to vitality. Looks like that one. There's a little bit of agility if I go very far in, but not a lot. But there's a lot of vitality if I go this way. I guess we'll just start building towards more health. We got that trophy.
Ah, you've arrived, little one. Behold, your final destination. Oh, it's too late for second thoughts now, girl. A place to call your own isn't the worst fate, is it? Go on. Go on. Step through that false door and face the truth that lies beyond. And fear not. As long as you're still in this dream, you've got endless chances to try and try again.
So if I wanted, I could max level another weapon. But that one's done, not required because there's other ways to get that item. So I think in the grand scheme of things it would have been better if I had backed up the save and then reloaded that after activating the door, but it's fine. It kind of doesn't matter. Like, the only thing that could have hypothetically changed is I would have been able to get the trophy for all shrines. And possibly the trophy for all the bamboolings if I didn't miss any. And we got him. Now there's one, maybe two shrines that I can't get. There's kind of one that I don't know if I really need to bother trying to go for it. I will say the reward for getting all the doors right is kind of bad, especially considering how many things I get if I get it wrong. Figure out what area this is now, because the reference I'm using assumes I stuck to the wrong door. I think I went the wrong way. This feels like I'm just kind of leaving or going back to where I was before. I think this is where I was before. Also, that might have been the last capacity upgrade I can get for flasks. I forgot if I needed 2 for that one. I guess that was a red-eyed enemy. Gave me another essence. That was a shortcut back. I'm guessing that the gates that had the text that I need to solve them are benediction ones. And I just needed to approach the door from the other side. It's basically just did a very fancy way of saying find the other side of the door. I was supposed to go up this one, I just did it early. Assuming I've been thorough, I should also have an achievement available for opening all doors. Specifically those yellow doors. It seems like most of them are in this area. And I definitely opened a few before this. I don't think I realized that this is a different part of the area I was in before, because there was those enemies on the other side I did see. Visible thing over there. I think I'm supposed to go to the invisible bridge, but I also didn't really see how I get right there. found a fast travel point back. Here's the didn't expect to just get killed by a random hazard. Well, at least I found the door I was looking for. Problem is, now I gotta figure out how to get back there. This was the gate I opened, so not this one. I also don't know if I was missing any health for that particular instance, or if that did just like straight up one-shot me. Luckily, I assume the thing that shoots like giant lasers at me should hopefully be taken out. And I think I was probably fine on Madness, because I don't think I increased it for a while, so I should just be able to pick up my essence and not have to fight a demon there. Yeah, the nice part about New Game Plus is definitely going to be having that barrier. And I should probably check what the buff for the Echo abilities was. Okay, never mind, the turret is still active. I didn't deactivate that one. That is actually a lot of heals. Like, that was substantially more heals than I was expecting out of that. It basically just converted my damage right into heals. Which leads me to believe So with Leech and also Shield, I can basically just phase tank most of the bosses. Which should make New Game Plus real quick. Now I think I go this way. Ugh. So I don't think I need to do anything there. Seems to be a dead end. Looks like getting some of these done will be nice because I can just ignore them largely for the next. Like I won't have to like keep track of the 7 gates if I get the trophy for them now. I just go the completely wrong way. Or is there more to this that I don't know about? I think I'm supposed to go back to the lever. I need to go back across the invisible bridge. Pretty sure was up this way. Seems like a later thing. It seems like there's gonna be a path that appears there. Because I just gotta deal with the big eye lasers for the end over here. You see there was a spot to drop down. That looks like a lever over there. The bird there, if only I knew what their feathers did, because I feel like I'm getting a lot of them. Was over here where the path opened. Assuming I didn't miss any yellow doors, this is supposed to be the last one. Which will give me a trophy. Damage delta of 9 are known. Already got a bunch of those, so we'll grab those. So basically, if I wanted, I can max like 3 weapons. And we got all of them.
You're a tenacious one. Never thought you'd make it this far, young un. Me? Oh, I'm many things. A wandering bard, yes. But also, Duria, a deity worshipped in the shrines of Shu. I take on the forms I choose, shifting, adapting, endlessly. Tell me, what else do you seek to know, young un? lies the ancient Shu capital, entombed forever after the Great War of the Avians and Bieling. Further in, you'll find the Avian altar. The Avians learned the secrets of the heavens and used the altar to craft red mercury, aiming to bend fate itself and reach godhood. A pity that such power, defying the natural order, was never meant to last. Tell me, what else do you seek to know, young man? The shards were tools they used for their rituals, the keys to warping reality. After my battle with the Bieling, the source of their power shattered and scattered across the land, remaining hidden for centuries. Those shards, I'll bet you've got some on you, don't you? Tell me, what else do you seek to know, young man? Oh, your lingering obsession with life and death, that's what drives you. Everything comes at a cost. Some dreams may come true, but they are not what they seem. An old friend awaits just ahead. They're expecting you. Still chasing illusions. Then go on. Take that leap forward. Still chasing illusions.
We got another spell there. I think we're near the end of the game. I think I have one of each of those to turn in. I don't remember how many I needed to finish up. I don't know if that's where I wanted to go. And now we can check if we're done with these. And I am. We managed to get all of... both the potency and the capacity upgrades. It sounds like I might need to buy out one of the shops, because they might have a weapon. And I don't remember seeing a weapon on them. Because basically this is the point where I need to make sure that I've bought everything they have to offer that's required for trophies. I don't think I can get the trophies, but I'll have them for New Game Plus.
Let me make an assessment. If you've got more than you need. What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. If you've got more than... What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
So either I missed an item I think I missed an item somewhere, so I can't get his shop. It might have been the optional boss through the other shrine, because he was supposed to have a spear, which just means I'll have to get that New Game Plus, which I'll probably be doing anyway. I think now we go activate those 2 shards that I got forever ago, and then we just beat the game. I'll probably get started on New Game Plus, but I don't expect to get super far. Just double check where the entrance actually is, so I'm not just kind of wandering around. Middle path behind the tree up the stairs. We're just gonna sprint over because I don't really think I'm gonna get enough random essence for another level unless I pop every consumable. And also fight a bunch of things. there's the... pretty much the end of the game. Might have benefits. But now I am going in with a shield and enough might for a second shield. Basically, it's like, do I prefer having a flask or do I prefer having an active shield? Never mind, there's a shrine right here.
Marrow and bone, ash and dust, run through me, blood of the ancient. Gates once shut, now wide open. The time is nigh. Hope all but forsaken, yet here I stand. All the power under my command. I must thank you, Wuchang. Heaven
Does not want to let me use that missile. Not get the whistle activated. And when I did actually have it activated, I didn't realize it. Then I couldn't get a heal because I was just getting stun locked by his like random flybys. It's nice how close it puts me to the door at least.
Marrow and bone. Ash. I'll tell you. Like father, like daughter.
Delve into secrets you're unworthy of.
Didn't get that potion off. They have a surprisingly large area of effect. And they're kind of keeping their distance, which is a problem for me. Was able to use the bone whistle though, and safely. Didn't really have a follow-up after. Also, apparently if I was... had I done the quest properly, I would do the save state after this, so I don't even have to fight the final boss for both endings. As I just realized I forgot to change my pendants. Also, the storyteller kind of isn't helping at all. Like, I don't know what the deal is, but they don't seem to be even participating in the fight, really. Like, the best I can hope is that they kind of eat some of the aggro. I think the worst move on this boss is definitely their big stomp that they do. Because it's just kind of a full AoE around them. And cancels whatever combo I'm in the middle of.
Rascal of Chunyu Temple, you delve into secrets you're unworthy of.
Those shields are doing work. So, storytellers in real bad shape. And he got me with the wooden slam again. Like, I guess it seemed like the storyteller was doing some magic stuff, but I couldn't tell if it was any effective. They were able to get their aggro at least. will say I'm not sure if Leech is kind of cutting it. Like, Leech is good and under ordinary circumstances. Also, I forgot to change my pendant skin. But I don't know if this is it.
Marrow and bone. Fight to you. Like father, like daughter.
Full of Trinity Temple. You delve into secrets you're unworthy of.
Really? And they got me. This boss is too mobile and this arena is too big. Like, it drains my whole stamina bar just running over to even attempt to hit them, and they can just like stomp and fly to the end of the field. Should I just go back to my prior set for, like, resistance? Try that and see if it changes. I forgot to activate Temperance before I walked in. I'm not on the bone whistle.
Marrow and bone. Fight to you. Like father, like daughter.
Early on that, 'cause I didn't expect him to do the stomp immediately. very much don't want to stay in range. Expect that to be a longer one. I was trying to see if I could, like, get behind them to avoid the attacks, but it seems like that's a no. I do think I was taking substantially less damage, though. Yeah, so downside is if I was doing the full guide for the entire playthrough and got every collectible, I would only have to fight this boss once.
Marrow and bone.
But I think because I messed it up, I have to fight him at least twice. Actually, I think it should just be twice after this, including this one. But here's hoping this is a one phase. I just want him to stay in one spot for me to do a single combo. Almost to next phase. do kind of wish that there was any ability that I could clash with. I was trying to activate barrier, but I wasn't quite quick enough. I had a very good chain going there with barrier and leech up. But he just slightly outdamaged it. I was basically keeping permanent barrier up by only doing light attacks. And then just activated it if I ever saw myself taking damage, then leech would top me off.
Marrow and bone. Like father, like daughter.
Master of Chunju Temple, you delve into secrets you're unworthy of.
Yeah, we got it. Sure. Didn't really need a flask, but I figured I'd play safe. just random wing swing. Also, nowhere an idea if Storyteller just died or what happened there. Like, he might be what feels like the least useful backup for a boss yet. Although we did get what felt like the final phase of them. I just needed to not get hit by that random wing swipe, and I would have probably been fine. Because I would have been able to activate shield and just keep going.
Marrow and bone. I'll tell you. Like father, like daughter.
Full of Zhenwu Temple. Delve into secrets you're unworthy of.
Yeah, we got through that with shield. It seems like whatever that wave move is just taking out Storyteller. so close unless there's a phase 2. Yeah, we got him. So with that, we've locked in our ending now. Guess the question is, how far do I want to go into New Game Plus? I also think probably during credits I might be right back for a few minutes. Get a quick snack. I'm gonna just go ahead and buy out the other shop before we end the game, because why not? Because I technically don't need to worry about their items, at least the one shop's items, the other one I do. So I might as well buy all of their spells and stuff that I don't have. Because it's not like I really need to worry about currency now that we've beaten the final boss. I also think the final boss is the same in all the endings. Or maybe not. At least I think that boss is in every ending. I don't know if he's the final boss.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon.
I'm gonna go ahead and pop every currency I have. And see where we end up. So at the very least, I know I'll be done with his shop, unless I want the New Game Plus variants of whatever he sells. Also, I guess I should have changed my gems and my weapon because, like, I couldn't do any clashing or blocking. So, like, one of the gems I used was definitively useless in that fight.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you.
Not that one. And the armor, and then we're done here.
come back
That's everything. So that wasn't technically required, but I mean... Now if I have to go through New Game Plus and I need like a specific stat because I'm struggling with a random boss, like say the final boss, I know what to equip. Or I at least have options. Granted, it hasn't been too much trouble with the armor I've ended up using pretty much all game. There's only one agility in this tree, so I mostly just wanted the vitality. Like, I don't particularly care about feathering yet, and endurance I have plenty of access to. Although for the final boss, even more endurance might not be the worst because I had to run around so much. I think with that, it's time to banker ending.
You have finally awoken. Rise, clothe these bones once more. You are awake at last.
You know me.
Indeed, time has passed, yet our paths intertwine once more.
So that's 2 endings done. And now we get the long process of doing another playthrough for the final 2 endings. But I will be heavily following a collectible guide to make sure that nothing is missed and I get all the cleanup trophies. And since we saw most of the text, I'll probably be skipping most of the NPC dialogue that we saw all or most of. So that was definitely a worse ending than the secret one. Like, the secret ending is just you become the big bad. Like, you're the, at least assuming, like, the characters are to be believed in, they're the cause of the corruption. You just take over their power, and then you become the cause of, like, the corruption. But we got 2 done. I definitely wish I could have gotten all 4 in a single playthrough, but we messed up way back in Cloudspire, like very early Cloudspire. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a break while the ending credits play. I will be back in probably 2 minutes.
不逼不躲，不分不辩驳，蒲公英落，因果难言对错，人间烟火，半苦半乐，可知为何？是我。
Yeah, came back. Right on time. And we got a new title screen. I don't know what this means. So it seems like no matter what option I select, it goes to New Game Plus. It was just kind of phrasing it like I had an option. So we're going to be skipping most cutscenes and trying to basically blitz through as much of the game and get as many collectibles as I can. Over equipment level Red Mercury and purchases into a new run where enemies will grow stronger and battles become more challenging. We'll go ahead and get all our equipment back up. So it did kind of reset the glamour, it looked like. Gonna go for whatever gives me the most statuses here. At least for the boots and the gloves, to see if they have any kind of effect whatsoever. Also, and never mind, it does look like the glamour carries over. So it's not going to be really relevant until, like, a little ways in, but I at least want to, like, maybe have the option for not getting killed by corruption and despair constantly. in fact one-shotting the enemies, so they haven't been buffed that much. Basically just going to be going through the collection list at like a 1-to-1 rate. Not too focused on pickups in general.
Should you have other by power, should you have other concern, this is this temp. Thanks. Should you have other, you are it begins in most victim. You may, from what I gather, now that you, for now, it is. Now that you, for now, it is.
You're not from, but now, I don't. If you tell her.
You're awake. The old tower, but you're on the feathering with your skills.
Guess that one's just an extra one.
Most people have to be carried out of the Reverend Temple. You, though, you get to walk out on your Xuanyang. Some of the work. I am Tao Ti. Oh, but don't want this place. I can. Some thieves. You can find once you've retrieved the paint. You can find once you've retrieved the painting.
Everything got taken away.
Get our free items and then do first mini boss that we didn't beat the last time.
First, lucky for your it's utter.
I saw the feathers. I've been hurt. You're still kicking.
So if I beat the boss, I get like an automatic 5 levels.
Well, look who's back. Feeling lost? Now, don't believe me, eh? How about I introduce you to someone worthy? Don't call me cruel. You know how it goes. No sweet dreams without crushing a few nightmares first.
By you. The bell pinwheel.
Do you think our baby bug will look like us? I'm so excited to meet him!
Yeah, we got him. Also, that's kinda some fun foreshadowing for later.
Quite the accomplishment. Hold on to this moment, this feeling.
It's 5 levels, I should probably just go activate them. Like, part of me just kind of wants to activate all the weapons so that I can just see all the paths and then deal with it from there. Yes. I need another chisel for that one that I guess I never found. Maybe that's the way to do it, so I don't have to, like, kind of glance at this. So if I want defense, I should go for axe. If I want damage, I should go for one of the other ones. There's a whole lot of magic with one big agility at the end. Like, I think the one that's probably gonna be the most useful let's just grab those 2 endurance. But I think next it's gonna be vitality, just boosting health and stamina to not have to worry about anything. If I were being super optimistic, I would like to try to get through like the first big area today.
Now I get to play. Hello, lady. Are you the warrior that the old towers rescued and hidden? Did you come to... He's so... Don't worry. You'll be...
I think as far as true ending, there's only kind of 2 NPCs who really matter.
Wuchang, over here. Your arm, it's me. How are you? There your arm. They say it. I scouted the shoe site. See the lights, and you will need to find if you encounter. Oh, and this about the fireflies. I've tested it since we got the refugee. I will track. I'll leave marks.
Monster!
So it seems like the items that are around the ground in general didn't really get that much better.
Most would have lost their power of feathering runs through that arm of it. Here.
Theirs is exactly the same. Not gonna worry about enemy drops because I assume they're gonna be bad. There's a little bit of an argument that I should just run through everything, actually. But I would be worried about getting just like stunned or knocked off a cliff somewhere. Yeah, the main things that I need to clean up this playthrough. I need to make sure I get any weapons that I missed. I need to get all the bamboo sprouts. And I need to get the items I missed for the one merchant. $400 per enemy isn't too bad for this early. And 5,000 for the boss. Yeah, so like if early bosses are gonna go that quick, then I feel like I don't have to worry about a whole lot. I forget if those are the 10k ones. They are in fact the 10,000 ones. So finding like a flask chest, even if it's a duplicate, gives me like 10,000 essence. Okay, we got the quest item. I think I might have been reading the wrong thing.
send you to the afterlife!
They do like I'm healing more than they're damaging me. I think I missed an armor set, but it also kind of doesn't matter, but I should probably grab it just to have it. Didn't realize there was a trap there, but that seems to be everything. So I think because this is New Game Plus, every item I get is going to have a +1 on it, but I am kind of curious if the ones I missed will not. I only got enough might to shield if I feel like I need it. I mean, in general I won't, but I have it. I'm gonna go ahead and do that for free damage. the key. One. I'm kind of just grabbing items in case I just need to like go down another skill tree for like a stat buff later on. And back to full health. Arguably, I should probably swap things on bosses still, but I mean, based on the first boss, it'll probably be a while before that's a problem. Yeah, so at least the resistance seemed to help against that attack, because usually that was an auto-corrupt if I ever got hit by it. I don't technically need that item because we already finished up one of the merchants.
Mountains near.
That just gave me a straight up free level.
Forget me not.
It's already got the quest item I wasn't sure of.
Well, I'll be sure. This is no mark. This town's gone. This town's gone.
Guess I'll go ahead and activate that level. I need 80,000 for the next one. And it's probably going to be worthwhile to go for that 5 agility. Because at this point, more damage just like lets me win. With basically no hassle. I will need to get all 20 of those.
Judging by your... I'm Jens. I grew up here. Inside that house a few days. Since when did monk? If it wasn't for the... Oh, and if you headed... they say the priest... Not that any... He was bitten. But who knew that... Matt, with your skill. Excellent. Oh, if you ever find yourself in trouble...
20,000 essence. Yeah, we got it.
Seeking knowledge, pursuing ascension. Life is but a fleeting dream. Ah, no, please don't eat me. I'm just an old bag of bones. I'll only give you indigestion. Oh. I tell the... Hey, kid, just a tall... Now then, if you want to know... What? Very... See, don't be... Enough prattle. Now that thou hast claimed thy fortune, it is time to depart this cursed realm. Return whence thou came.
So I have access to all of the stuff, but unique items are still bought out. So there's like no better version of those. I think spells are already unique, so that kind of just makes sense.
Life's cycle moves on. I pleaded for guidance, only to be met with silence. Fate unyielding, destiny unchangeable. Is the end of my journey but a fleeting dream?
First enemy did not like get one-shotted. It wasn't a boss.
You'd be wise. Look, thankfully, he even... And that off here. Take this medicine.
Bait the shrine here, and then we'll keep going.
The underground.
About halfway to one level just naturally.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment.
Doesn't seem like I can give him stuff yet.
Knock, knock, knock. Most of the town, but if you, ever since the when it came, if you ever meet him,
You don't. Ahmad, father, please. Up the stairs. My parents were part of the. Any news?
We got the quest item.
Another bit. Let's not go. Heed my warning. Heed my warning.
I think I might have slightly went away, but it's just a door. And I think I would have ended up there anyway. They did basically negative damage. Supposed to be somewhere that I missed. Got the quest item.
No wonder it's another unfortunate the temple's rubbish. Better hurry though. Stay out too long and
I think I went slightly the wrong way again, but it's fine. Still going like roughly the right direction. Okay, I forgot to check what I can get for bonuses for echo items. Because I know there was a spell thing for that. Also, I do need to find the 6 demons, because I didn't find all the demons for that first playthrough. I don't know if one of them was by the shrine that I skipped because of the door, but I definitely didn't get all 6.
Just like that, she's always... Get away. Get away.
So there's supposed to be some bird that I fight, but I didn't see a bird up there. I'm kinda curious if I get like all the vitality buffs. If that level of defense is kind of consistent throughout the entire game, or if it's just the earlier areas that get cancelled out. Wondering if that's the fired bird enemy they're talking about. Guess I'll find out if I get an axe. First death. Because I was too close to an explosive when he used a fire move. It says it's an enemy on the rooftop.
Just call me with that whistle.
Hey, we meet again. Come back soon.
Yeah, I didn't fully buy out his stock, but I also don't too.
What treasures do you have for me? Ah, oh, but from now on, I will make it worth your while for anything you bring my way. In these low red mercury.
I'm hoping that the trophy pops as soon as I get like the base items. Like I'm hoping it doesn't count duplicates against me. Downside is that is quite a ways I have to run. I think I'm gonna try to save that barrier for the guy who got me. I think I might as well turn in, I think it's the letter over here, just to say I did.
Any news, warrior? We were ready to flee. Oh.
Okay, hopefully that's everything they need. I still have no idea what this supposed Firebird enemy is that it's saying. It says a big enemy throws a rock at me and There's a ladder that leads to a roof that has a firebird enemy. There's supposedly an axe next to them. Downside is there is probably a demon up who's relatively as strong as I am.
Better hurry though, stay out too long. Better hurry though, stay out too long and you'll...
Apparently I did defeat the enemy who gives me the item because I turned it in. Yeah, they are as strong as I am. If not stronger. The downside of this first area is checkpoints are extremely far between. Like, I think we just sprint for it. So I've only got like an hour left before I'll probably call it. And on most enemies, I can't even get in 4 hits to get like a might off of them. Made it back, and no demon this time. I did lose basically all of my essence, though. I don't know what happened to the enemy who was there. Found a yellow item, but not the axe I was looking for. I wonder if the enemy who was there got knocked out by the explosion. And I think they're a red-eyed one, which is maybe why they didn't spawn back in. Let's see if I can get in that way. Or I think this way. I think this is the shortcut if I go across the rooftops of the ladder. So I at least got a quicker way here that I vaguely remember. Okay, so that was the Firebird enemy. I don't remember if I ever went across this bridge. And we're up to the next boss. This one I'm gonna go ahead and activate for because I don't fully remember what their deal was. But I really don't want to do the run back. Yeah, we got him. Is there a shrine here? Is this where I find the bridge? Because it says there's a hidden area that I can find, and I don't know if it's this one. And it is. I guess I should have come here first if I was worried about getting knocked out there. Pretty much the biggest worry I have is just I get a little bit too overconfident and then like too much damage and miss a heal. Okay, so that's the one that boosts echo abilities, which I think I bought by accident. That means that my barrier only costs 3 as long as I have over 50% madness. We'll just grab that big agility boost. Was that like the max amount of those I can get? I think it was. I didn't realize that was also limited quantity. Now we should be getting plenty of heals. I don't remember going through this area. I feel like I missed this one. Actually, maybe I came back here way later. This doesn't feel at all familiar. So not only was it not familiar, that actually confirms that I've never been here. Because that was the last demon I needed. Okay, but somehow oh wait, is it just I needed to kill any 6 demons and that was the 6th one by chance? Better, it's because it's always the +1 pendant, so I couldn't really tell. There's only one other thing here, and then it looks like we travel back. Actually, that's a shop upgrade I never got. I'm pretty sure, because I don't remember fighting a red-eyed one of those enemies. Yeah, I think I just missed this entire area. Like, there's some collectibles that I know I missed because, like, I locked myself out of them at the end game, but it is a little bit surprising to have one this early. So now we're just heading back to Shu Sanctum, because that's the next area listed. So I think I just go back towards the boss and then unlock a shortcut there. I could fast travel back because I already grabbed the shrine, but I'd rather just get all the shortcuts open in case I somehow miss something following the checklist. I wonder if this is in fact the last item I need, if it immediately gives me access to the weapon I was not able to buy. Then we can knock out the boss in the Sanctum, probably. I think it would have actually been better if I just fast traveled back. Made it, but it was a little more roundabout than it needed to be. Felt like I was a little bit of extra essence.
What treasures do you have for me? I knew you'd pull through. Here, take this as a token of my gratitude for your troubles. It's only right I come clean, faced with a mighty warrior such as yourself. I have fine goods aplenty. Why not take a gander? In these troubles, though, red mercury.
The Trinity. Why are you silent? If I hadn't been so obsessed with...
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you.
Yeah, so it looks like I just straight up can't give him things.
Come back soon.
Cause I maxed him out.
You have avenged me by slaying Lu Hongliu. I, Huang Diane, offer my thanks on behalf of all my fallen brothers. Please, accept this token of my gratitude. Thank you. Now I must return to Cloudspire and set everything in order once more. Until next we meet.
Yeah, I think I messed up her questline a bit because I didn't talk to her a second time after resting.
Just call me with that whistle, and I'll be...
Sisters, I beseech you, keep my Shaolin safe. My son, is it really you? Oh, I beseech you, join. As for that, her father, I heard. They call it if only. Tell me, did you find the white jade dumpling Lu Hongliu's been chewing on? Good. Come now, hand it over. Wait, he promised.
The most important NPC here.
Who dares? Curious. However, the feather lose all map. You can this.
I didn't use the whistle last time, but I don't think it really mattered, but I'll use it now just to be safe. I'm not saying I just took out half the boss's health, but that is something that happened. And like a single backstab.
Lord Priest, I'm sorry.
So we made progress on his quest.
What a shock! Good thing I kept up my training, or I'd have been done for. You're quite skilled yourself. Almost as good as me. So it happened to fall into your possession. This thing looks peculiar. I wonder if it could really save my brother's life. This soft rush is all that I have that's worth offering. It's yours if you'll have it. I must return to Reverend Temple to save my brother. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me.
We're pretty close to being, I think, done with this kind of first area.
Huh? Ma'am!
Or at least
It's a
about
pleasure to
halfway
see
through.
you again. Thanks to that thing you found, my brother is all better. I must say, they took... Until we meet again.
Been to the Shoe Sanctum yet? I see. What's your next step? If you're leaving, stay clear of the town.
seems like I'm supposed to be able to talk to several people here, but I'm not seeing them around. Let me just double check the fast travel to make sure that's right. So it says the other guy is still here somewhere.
What?
Sounds like we just fast travel back. I'm a little bit confused on where it wants me to go, because it did mention fast traveling back to the other area, but then it said back to Shu's Sanctum to a shortcut I don't think I've opened. Like, it feels like the route that it's setting up. Unless, like, it was just noting that I can talk to him again. The other one, though, is definitely showing that he's still at Revenant Temple. Maybe there was a shortcut I was supposed to open up and I just kind of forgot about it. I think if I want to try to figure out if there was a shortcut I missed, I should go to that hidden area that I found. Let's just go to there. Go back to where the side boss was and then see if I can find another path. Because it definitely feels like there's got to be like a shortcut that I missed. I think it was like from those rooftops there was a side path, but I might have skipped it and gone down the ladders instead. Because like the one problem with this particular thing is it only walks me through exactly where the collectible is. It doesn't really give me much of a path to it. So like if I veer from the course, I just kind of get lost. Yeah, I think I was just supposed to go over here and kick down a tree that I forgot about. But it led me right back to the sanctum immediately, and it didn't tell me the path here. I don't think it's down that way that I need to go. So I think that was to one of the shortcuts that I find later.
For the Empire!
I might not have actually fought this one. I think I'm kind of back on the path. Now I go for the wooden platforms. I will say we are getting pretty close to the point where I probably want to cut it off.
Seek the path to the Tang Emperor's palace. I fear that the route is no longer open. The rebels departed months ago, yet the soldiers still stand guard there. It is rather peculiar. Rumor has it, it holds secrets. I had hoped to search for cures among the Emperor's scriptures there, but now it seems the only way in is through Doomwillow Beach. Now that I think about it, though the road to Doomwillow Beach is blocked by flames, I have heard whispers from the townsfolk of a hidden passage beneath the Shu Sanctum. As for where the entrance lies, no one seems to know.
So it looks like now I can just go back to the sanctum and then go to that underground area with all the corruption. There's a weapon over here, but I'm pretty sure I got it, but we'll grab it again because why not? And we got more blades. And that should be every collectible that they have for this section, which just leads me to the mines. The mines have a little while before I get to a boss, so I probably won't make it. I do think this might have been the longest area when I was first going through. Now the big question of, do I bother worrying about corruption, or since I'm one-shotting enemies and healing off of them, do I just run through?
The two of us really need to go down there. They say no one ever comes back. And those noises. You hear them too, right?
Remember those two priests from the shoe sanctum? One's locked up above, the other below. I heard the one downstairs is already dead.
And we made it next shrine. I should look at my gems since it's been a bit. These are the ones that give me if I learn all of the abilities. I think that's better than what I'm using right now, which is potency of blocks and clashes. Partially because while clashes are quite good, there are some bosses they just don't work on. Let me just make sure I'm going the right way. Kinda wanna see if I can clear out this one section and then call it a day. One's a little bit tricky too. Very top of this one will be bamboozle. And we got it. Didn't even have to get all of them. I guess I just missed that one, or it gave me credit for 20. Either way, we got it and we don't have to worry about it. Like, whether that's like a bugged one or whether that just worked out, either way, we take those. So if I see a bamboo, I can pretty much just ignore them at this point, because I've already bought in, like, all the good items. As far as I know. Says there were supposed to be 3 big enemies around here and a trap on the floor, but I don't see either of those. Unless that was the chest and it just means that it's on the same floor. Okay, so it's after this. Now we just make it down. I am tempted to try to get up to the boss, but I don't remember how far away the boss is. We just keep going down.
You think he's still with us? We can't stay here much longer.
Got the shortcut opened. Don't think I need to go that way. It says like there's a wood gate. That's locked and I have to drop down, and then there's a pendant nearby. The only other information I have is it's near the bottom of the tree. Yeah, we got it. One more collectible left in the area, then we're done. That is just getting progress. That. If the next area after this has a boss, I'll try to push forward a little bit more. Otherwise, we're gonna call it. Hit the next shrine. I mean, the pace I'm going seems to be quite good, so I can probably finish this up in one stream. Especially now that I have, like, a very particularly broken kind of combo. Wonder if resistance I had mistaken and it's actually reducing like the amount of damage I take. But if that's the case, then that would mean that despair wouldn't make any sense. Pretty sure I found where the other collectible I'm looking at is. I think we just go to the next shrine. Also, it's one we don't technically need. Might be that I'm taking less damage from corruption though, like it sort of seems like it. Usually corruption would like knock me down to like a fourth of my health. Even with heals, it's kind of like barely halfway. And we got the next shrine. We'll take a peek at the next area to see if there's anything big. It is basically at the boss. We'll go for like at least until I get the boss. Yeah, we're already at the boss.
I beseech you, deliver me from this place.
most damage any enemy you've done to me so far, except the one shot with explosive pods. And we won. So we're gonna backtrack to the shrine we were just at and call it a night. So that feels like a pretty substantial amount of progress overall. I might as well just do something a little bit cheeky and we'll wrap things up by getting all my levels. Didn't mean to discard that, I forgot if I only have one, it doesn't let me use batch use. But it was a cheap one, so it kinda doesn't matter. Six levels to work with. There's some damage. And with that, we're gonna call it a day. Very happy with where I ended up overall. Definitely, probably going to be able to finish this up in like 1 to 2 streams tops. I think we're gonna throw a raid over to Dan, who's doing some Battlefield. We haven't been able to raid them in a while because they've been on a break. So with that, if I stream tomorrow, it'll probably be Ghost of Tsushima DLC. To start working on that before Yote comes out. And that would also be what I stream on Wednesday, if I do stream Wednesday. And then next Saturday I'll be back to try to finish up the rest of Wuchang. Specifically the 2 endings and whatever trophies are left. I think there's only like maybe 2 other miscellaneous ones, other than bosses that I couldn't fight. That'd be sick. Thanks for hanging out. Goes hi to Dan, and bye-bye.